updated script.
That's it?
That's the one? Okay.
Yeah. So there were some census folks that were breakout sessions about like high-speed internet access and I guess rural.
Do you work with them?
What's that?
Do you like know them?
I know one. I think there are two people I know one.
But if you can see that's a nice little shot.
I figure once he
Something
gets on
amazing.
stage,
Yeah, I was about to say, I walked past there. Yo, man, you really do look like a wrestler right now. It's bugging me out. Why do you got to put a low like that, man?
right?
No, I'm so curious how long the delay is. It's better. It's about like 30 seconds, huh? 1, 2, 3. You should see me. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 26, 27, 28, 32. So technically,
Unless I'm
30
sending
seconds
you
behind.
music. Yeah, do you want a second?
I don't think it matters. No, not for that. Yeah, not for watching it. It's weird, but I think it's for safety. Even if they curse, you can curse it out. If something happens,
I don't have anything open.
fix it immediately.
Unless they've got, unless their camera mics are on.
Rich,
Camera mic on. Yeah, probably.
from earlier.
From my B-roll.
Yep. Yeah. Kill that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, we're about to start our program. I'm Liz Fairchild with Business Forward. If those that are standing can take their seats, we'll begin in a few minutes. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Good morning, everyone. What an exciting day. Today, we will have keynote remarks from our principals, a panel discussion, a networking lunch for you to connect with our folks within Commerce and across agencies face-to-face. Take advantage of it. You have your name tags, and in the back of your name tags, you have color-coded names for your breakout sessions. Remember, can-do attitude, mutual respect during our interactions, and that will be the first half of the summit. The event will be live streamed at commerce.gov/live. The purpose of this summit is to celebrate the partnerships created between faith-based organizations, leaders, businesses, and community-based organizations to promote economic growth, equity, and job creation. Friends, today I see change. When I see young African American and Latino leaders engaging and learning how to patent and trademark their inventions, I see change. When I see small business owners from all faiths and walks of lives being able to access trainings, technical assistance, and access to data, I see change. And so today, I have the honor of introducing the person who asked me to codify this office to make sure your voices are a priority to this department and this administration. Our United States Department of Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo.
Thank you. Ooh, careful. Andres is excited. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for the work that you do. This is a super exciting day to have you all here with us. Deputy Secretary Graves and I couldn't be more excited to host all of you in person, which is very exciting. But this is the relaunch of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. This office was mothballed for a long time. Nothing was happening. It was shut down. And because of the leadership of President Biden and because of the energy of Andres, we are standing it back up and inviting you all here so we can together do the important work that we need to do. You all know faith without works is nothing, right? Amen to that. Amen to that. We have to put our faith into action. And that's why we stood up this new Office of Faith-Based Partnerships. Under President Biden's leadership, we have $50 billion here at the Department of Commerce to create new semiconductor manufacturing facilities all over the country. We have an opportunity to start all new apprenticeship programs and workforce training programs. We have $60 billion to make sure every American has the internet and broadband. And we are hard at work every day revitalizing communities with economic development. So that's what we're doing. But we need you. We are relying totally on you to make sure that that money gets to the people. When we say internet for all, we mean all, everyone, every single congregant in your communities. If you represent a neighborhood association, everyone in your neighborhood. And when you talk about broadband, a lot of people live in a big rent-subsidized apartment high-rise. We don't just mean internet access in that neighborhood or in that town. We mean in every apartment building, in every apartment, every person. That can only happen if you guys work with us. We have to get this money into the hands of every American. Everyone should have an opportunity to have an apprenticeship, job training, a good paying job, a manufacturing job in their community. People want to work where they live. So in a very real way, the Deputy Secretary and I couldn't be more excited to have you here. We want you to know we are hard at work to make opportunity a reality for every American. But we also know, and I said earlier, I was the governor of Rhode Island before I had this job, and I know that people trust what they hear in their faith-based community. If you hear it from someone you pray with, or your pastor, or someone you worship with, you trust it. And you don't trust what's on social media, you probably don't have time to read the newspaper. So we're counting on you at the grassroots, in the community, pew by pew, parish by parish, family by family, to help us get these programs out to every single American and to make sure nobody's left behind. Can I have an amen to that? Amen. You guys ready to work? Yes. All right, I trust you. So are we. So are we. And the reason that I'm able to be successful here is because I'm surrounded by great people. And the first among those people is my partner in this work, which is Deputy Secretary Don Graves. And I feel so lucky to have him. He is among the most kind, decent, talented, committed, humble people that I have ever had the pleasure to work with. And he has faith deep within him and a spirit of stick-to-itness within him and a deep commitment to equity and making sure that nobody's left behind. So please join me in welcoming Deputy Secretary Don Graves.
Well, thank you, Secretary Raimondo, for that really wonderful and maybe overly kind introduction. It is absolutely a pleasure to be with you, to be with Undersecretary Don Cravens. But most importantly, thank you all for being here today. Thank you for being willing to take that leap to see what this is all about, to see if there are opportunities for us to better sync up. We're excited to share the mission, the vision, the strategy around the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships today. So you're going to hear directly from many of our bureaus about their work, including from my good friend Don Cravens and MBDA. You're going to hear about the programs that they're implementing, the funding that they have available, the grant opportunities, the training opportunities, the access to data, the innovation, the technical assistance, all the types of resources that are available not just to you, but more importantly, to the people you serve, the people with whom you work. One of the things that I want to focus on, though, is that this day is about you. It's not about us and what we do. We are so thrilled to have so many states represented, so many organizations from around the country here at today's summit. Our goal is to connect with every part of America. It's to connect with every corner of this country, every neighborhood, every parish, every mosque, every temple. When President Biden took office, one of the things that he said to us, and I have worked with the president for a very long time, one of the things that he said to us was that we needed to have the most diverse administration in this country's history. That wasn't just about having an administration that had racial diversity, gender diversity. It was also about making sure that this administration represented every corner of the country, that we had folks in positions of power, in decision-making positions, that had the same lived experiences as every American in every corner of this country. So that's what this summit is all about, is not just us telling you what's here, what's going on at the Department of Commerce, but also making sure that we're staying connected to those who actually understand the lived experience of every American, to make sure that the decisions that we make, the policies that we promulgate, that the programs that we structure aren't just based on things that we assume or that we think we know, but they're actually based in the reality that you see every day and that the folks you represent see every day. So we want to keep this dialogue going and to develop an ecosystem, frankly, of lasting relationships. That's why I'm so excited that Melissa Rogers is here with us as well, because the president gets, it's building these relationships that will allow us to succeed. So we're going to build these relationships between us and with you. We're very open. As you heard from the secretary just a moment ago, this has been an incredible 2 years at the Department of Commerce. We've never seen the likes of the types of resources that we have today. And as someone who started his career as a community organizer, that's always the biggest challenge. Resources are the key. If you don't have resources, we can talk all we want, we can suggest things, but you can't make it real for people if you don't have those resources. So the Biden administration is making once in a generation, maybe once in a history of the country, set of investments to rebuild our infrastructure, to support our domestic semiconductor industry. But that's that whole ecosystem. It's not just about the fabrication facilities for semiconductors. It's about combating climate change. It's about investing in coastal resiliency and in our making sure that our communities, the investments that we're making, reflect the impact that these investments are going to have on people, not just today, not just tomorrow, but for the next 20 years. So the Commerce Department and the entire Biden-Harris administration are committed to ensuring that underrepresented workers, businesses, communities are able to participate and partake of these resources, these unprecedented opportunities to invest in communities. So we're working to build a more inclusive economy that grows, as the president says all the time, from the bottom up and from the middle out. As we tackle these issues, as we make these types of investments, as we make meaningful progress in addressing inequality in underserved communities, we're going to need your help. That's what today is all about. Please, you've met and worked with Andres. He is perhaps the most dynamic and fantastic leader within this building, maybe in the entire administration. It's not just that he has a commitment. Yes, he deserves. It's not just that he's in this position leading a reinvigorated Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. It's because he understands what you understand. If you don't have the passion, if you don't feel what people feel, if you don't have that vision and that understanding, and you bring that passion every single day, you're not actually going to be able to deliver for our communities. So please encourage those in your networks and folks from all around the country to engage with us, not just today, but going forward. Some of you have heard that I come from a long line of small business owners, sort of a thing in my family. And I understand how important it is that we support our underserved entrepreneurs, our underrepresented communities. My 4 times great-grandparents, who I think some of you have heard this story before, were slaves. And when they were freed, they started a business. They moved to Washington, D.C., because that was the place that they could actually have a little bit more of a balanced and equitable starting place. They started a business right here on the very site of the Commerce Department. Their small taxi business, horse and carriage business, was literally on a plot of land that is just outside these doors, down on the ground floor. Their son, who benefited from their business and their success, started a hotel just blocks away from here, close to the White House, that became the premier hotel in Washington, D.C. He also was one of the nation's first black patent holders. Now you may say, wow, that's an interesting story, but what does it have to do with today? The reason I raise that is that their success as minority entrepreneurs was absolutely crucial for our family's success over many, many generations. Success begets success. Wealth begets more wealth. The reason they were successful is certainly because of their own gumption and the hard work that they had. But they also had a network. They had a system of folks who provided them the support that they needed, including many of the white leaders in Washington, D.C. of the day. Folks who they interacted with, who gave them the support, who connected them with other people, built those relationships, those networks, and folks who saw that if we changed policy in the right way, it allowed minority entrepreneurs to succeed in ways that no one had ever expected. So our goal for this summit is to replicate that kind of success. Together we can secure a prosperous and very competitive future for all Americans. So I've talked more than I probably should have, but I want to thank you again for being here today. I'm excited for the discussion that we're going to have. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, one of my dear friends, a leader who, from his days in Louisiana in the state legislature, showed his passion for communities, all the way to his leadership both on the Hill and at the National Urban League, where he just served. He has a record that is almost unparalleled for advocacy for communities, for small businesses, for minority-owned businesses. And the great thing is that we were able to convince him to come here at just the right time. You may have heard just about a year ago, I think, we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law. One of the small things of an historic piece of legislation was that it made the Minority Business Development Agency, the one agency in the entire federal government that's focused on the success, the long-term health and viability of minority businesses. It made it a permanent fixture in the United States government. So it doesn't matter what happens on the Hill. Exactly. It doesn't matter what happens on the Hill. MBDA is here for good. And there's no better person to usher in the type of growth, this new era of growth in communities that I think is going to come, the unprecedented research and the support for the success of minority businesses than our very first Undersecretary for Minority Business Development, Don Cravens. Welcome, Don.
Good morning. Well, thank you so much. The DepSec, he took all the good talking points. I mean, he is on fire today. You sound great, sir. It's good to see you. Thank you for your leadership. Good morning. Y'all get excited. Welcome to your Department of Commerce. And it is so good to see you. This is your building. This is your department. And it's been a long time coming that we gather as family this morning here at our wonderful department. I want to thank the secretary for her leadership, our deputy secretary for his leadership. Now you understand why I and people like me are coming to government at this critical time in our nation's history, because there is something different. There is something different that's going on in this administration, that is going on at this time. As our country is pulling ourselves out of a pandemic, as our country sat at home during a pandemic and witnessed change taking over the streets of our community after the murder of George Floyd, our time, our history, our present time called for something different. You all were at the front line of that. You have been at the front line of that for generations, for decades, many of you. You knew it was time for this change to occur. Something is different. And I'm so hopeful right now. And I'm so proud to be part of this team, to be under the leadership of our president, to be under the leadership of our secretary, and to be under the leadership of my dear friend, Deputy Secretary Graves. It's why I chose to leave my wonderful job in the Community Stakeholder National Urban League to be here at this critical time in our nation's history. As the Deputy Secretary said, for 53 years, the Minority Business Development Agency was a temporary idea and a temporary agency. President Nixon created it in 1969 because the African American and the minority community said to him and to his administration, we want social justice, but we also need economic justice as well. The Deputy Secretary talked about that, how that entrepreneurial spirit changed the path and the trajectory of his family. All American families should have that opportunity to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, but many of them have no boots and they have no straps. The MBDA was created for that reason, that purpose. As the Deputy Secretary said, we are the sole agency. Every day when I come to this wonderful, beautiful building, I have one job and one job only. Congress was very clear. Your job is to promote the growth and the global competitiveness of America's minority-owned businesses. And so it's a blessing, ladies and gentlemen, that I am here with you this morning. After 53 years, Congress, bipartisan, as well as our president, has finally made the MBDA a permanent agency. We are no longer a temporary idea, a temporary agency. We are here and we are here to stay. Help is no longer on the way. Help is here, and it is here to stay. But we cannot do it alone. We provide services in the communities, but if people are not aware of those services, if they're not knowledgeable of the resources that we are providing, then it's almost as if they don't exist at all. And so as the Deputy Secretary said, while you are here at your Department of Commerce, please take some time to learn about all of the wonderful investments we are trying to make in the communities. Please learn about all of the resources. The MBDA has 88 now, Deputy Secretary, equities, business centers, grant programs, programs at our HBCUs and our minority-serving universities, programs for all America, our indigenous community, all of our citizens. Take advantage of those. And if we're not doing something correctly, let me know so we can do better. There is something different. But we got to take advantage of it while we can so that our grandchildren and our children, and even some of us, are not sitting here 10 years from now wondering why didn't we take advantage of these opportunities in 2022. So it's good to see you. I know the Deputy Secretary and I are going to have a discussion a little bit later, but it is my honor to introduce to you, as the Deputy Secretary said, and the Secretary, leadership, right? It starts at the top. It's really about the top. And the reason why you are here today, and if you're wondering, I had someone said earlier, Deputy Secretary, that it's always interesting when government calls you to participate rather than you have to call government, right? And so it starts at the top, and it starts with our president. And this initiative is very important to this administration. We know that because of the leadership, the woman who is leading the charge, who is providing that guidance and that counsel to the president. And it's my honor this morning to also introduce Ms. Melissa Rogers, who's a senior advisor to the president on all of these wonderful issues that impact our communities and impact all of you each and every day. Please give it up for Ms. Rogers.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Undersecretary Cravens. And I want to thank Secretary Raimondo, Deputy Secretary Graves, for your incredible leadership here at the Department of Commerce and for your support of this partnership's work. This would not have happened without you all going to bat for this work and prioritizing it within the Department of Commerce. And we are so grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you, Andres. We are so thrilled that you are here to lead the center. He has energy, dedication, and just a lot of insight and a lot of creativity that are going to take this work to, I am confident, all new levels of success with your help. So we're just thrilled you're here, and good morning, everyone. It is really my honor to bring you greetings from our President, Joe Biden, as well as his deep thanks for the essential work that you are doing to help communities thrive. When President Biden reestablished the White House Partnerships Office, he noted that few institutions are closer to our people than faith-based and other community organizations. That's certainly true of all of you. And as Secretary Raimondo said, when he reestablished this office, he really said, this work is important. We cannot let it languish by the side. We need to relaunch it, and this relaunch is so exciting because it helps us to take this work to new levels. So President Biden has called on us to strengthen the partnerships with you to better serve our fellow Americans, and that's exactly what we're doing, along with centers for faith-based and neighborhood partnerships spread across many federal agencies, many of whom are represented here today, and we're so glad that they're with us. Now, President Biden and the leaders here at Commerce understand that we can and must work with faith and neighborhood groups to create conditions for economic growth and opportunity for all communities. This work is not optional. It is essential. As Secretary Raimondo said earlier, and so many of our other leaders have said, we have great resources, but people need to know about those resources, and they hear about them from you, from the dedicated work that you do in your community, whether you're leading a congregation or a neighborhood group. We rely on you to help work with us in reaching people who really need these benefits, but may not learn about them if they don't hear about them from you, and may not be able to access them unless we're able to work together. So thank you for investing your time and talent in this work that I know you could be doing a lot of other things with your time and talent, and we thank you for taking the time to work with us. And then let me just also note that we understand that these partnerships are very much two-way streets. Indeed, there is no more important work that we do than the work we do when we are listening to you. And so we want to take a lot of time today and moving forward to listen to you. What's working? What needs to change because it isn't working? How can we get it right? We need you to help us learn how to reach the people who need our help. So we're looking forward to doing more of that today together. I want to thank again Andres and his team for bringing us all together for this exciting program and the opportunity to dream up new things together today. And that reminds me of something President Biden often says: America can be defined by a single word: possibilities. In this room today, there are so many powerful possibilities. I hope that one day we'll look back at gatherings like these and say, this is where some of the finest chapters of American history actually began. So we look forward to continuing to work with you to ensure that communities can thrive. We thank you for your efforts, and we wish everyone Godspeed in this important work. Thank you.
Aren't they amazing? Let's give it up for our principals. So friends, now we have the honor of presenting you a panel discussion with Deputy Secretary Graves and Undersecretary Cravens. Deputy Secretary, I will join you for a quick discussion. So good morning, everybody, again. My name is Andres Chunqui Torres, and I'm the Director of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships here at Commerce. Deputy Secretary Graves and Undersecretary Cravens, this is a special crowd. The folks you see in the audience today are our first responders when there's natural disasters, caring for our displaced families, setting up vaccination clinics, signing our communities up for development programs and trainings. Please tell us, from your lighthouse perspective, how does the Department of Commerce help Americans? And Undersecretary Cravens, how does the Minority Development Agency help Americans? Sir?
Well, thank you, Andres. And again, it is really great to see this sea of people, you in particular, in this building, because the Department of Commerce isn't always seen as what I think it is, the Department of People and the Department of Communities. A lot of people think it's the Department of Business. But business is just one part of what we do. And Andres, I'm so glad that you use the lighthouse analogy, because you'll see in the flags of the Department of Commerce, and one of the fun things about this job is, and Undersecretary has this as well, we each have our own flag, but on each of these flags is a lighthouse. And that lighthouse is not just about being able to see what's going on, but also to shine light on every community. And the Department of Commerce is unique, I think, in the federal government. Other than the White House, there is no other part of the federal government that touches everything that we do. Every single thing. Yes, we work on business issues, but we have 12 or 13 different bureaus, depending on how you count it. I'm not going to go through every one of them, but I'm going to tell you about those that we didn't discuss earlier. I'll let Don talk about MBDA. It's the International Trade Administration. We know that opportunities to export, to engage internationally is there. That's what's made us a successful economic powerhouse. We need to find ways to make sure that there are export opportunities, business opportunities in every community in this country. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration. You heard about a little bit of this earlier from the Secretary. We have billions of dollars to do what the President said he was going to do from day one. That is to connect every single household, every family, every business, every street in this country to high-speed internet. But it's not just about making sure that there's the connection. It's making sure that every community, every individual and family has the tools, the devices to access high-speed internet, and also can afford to access high-speed internet. It shouldn't be, like we saw over the pandemic, that parents have to make a choice between which child gets to go to school on any given day, or a senior says, well, I can't get access to my health care today because I don't have anyone who can drive me the 50 miles to the doctor, and I don't have high-speed internet, so I can't get telehealth. That is going to change, and it's going to change starting today. We also have the Economic Development Administration, which is investing in economic transformation in every community. Just recently, we invested $3 billion in communities to transform communities in ways that has equity at the core of everything that they do. There's the Census Bureau. You all know how important the Census Bureau is. If folks aren't counted, then they don't get resources. Then our communities don't get the support that they need. So I'm so pleased that we have the first Hispanic leader of the U.S. Census Bureau, Robert Santos. Dr. Santos is fantastic, and equity is at the core of everything that he does to make sure that our census reflects all of those who are living in our country. I could go on and on. BEA, Bureau of Economic Analysis, the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, the Patent and Trademark Office. You all heard how important it was for my family. We need more folks who are taking the great ideas that they have in their heads and are able to convert it into innovations that are driving the country. I won't go on and on, but like I said, there are 12 or 13 bureaus, depending on how you count it, who touch on every facet of American life. And you all should hopefully hear more about what we're doing here and find ways that we can provide support to you and your communities so that they can be successful and competitive.
Undersecretary Cravens, leading on that.
Thank you, Andres, and thank you, Andres, for your leadership. I didn't thank you at the podium, but the Deputy Secretary gave you a great recommendation. You are a talented young man and doing wonderful things, and so thank you for your leadership, and thank you for the question. What you heard the DepSec just tell you is about the reaches of the Department of Commerce, and even I, someone who had worked on Capitol Hill, someone who had worked at a larger nonprofit, I was not aware, Mr. Deputy Secretary, of all the wonderful opportunities here at the Department of Commerce. And so what I'll say on behalf of the Minority Business Development Agency is, well, let me say this. Based upon my experience and the work that I had done, similar to a lot of what you have done, we do not focus enough in our communities on the economics. Some of that is unintentional because we literally are fighting each and every day for just civil liberties. But you have to be complex and intentional people, and I know you are. You're smart. You can do more than one thing at one time. And so what I would say to you is, when I say that there's something different, I'm asking all of you to also think about the economic component of that. I think that's why Congress and the president were very intentional in making sure that the Minority Business Development Act, which they could have said, look, we had the agency for 60 years, 50 years. It served its purpose. We've got Don Graves at Commerce. They don't need an MBDA. But they didn't do that. They codified it and strengthened it and actually elevated the agency. And so what I would say to all of you is, in the work that you're doing, I'm suggesting, I'm strongly suggesting that you also add an entrepreneurial component to it. And let the MBDA and the Department of Commerce, with all of those bureaus, as well as the other departments, because the president has, as we've all said, this equity thing is real. Let us be your partner to make sure that not only are we focusing on the civil and the social justice and rights, but we're also focusing on the entrepreneurial. We want our communities to not only be healthy mentally and physically, we want our communities to be healthy economically as well. And we believe the MBDA can help do that. Now, Black and Brown and all of our communities of color are struggling from one big issue, from what I can see after 6 weeks on the job, Mr. Deputy Secretary, and that's access. Access to capital, to contracts, opportunities, networks. That is what, I mean, don't clap for it, it ain't good, but I'm listening. We're going to get you some access, though, but I hear you, and we know that. And that is what I think drives Don Graves here, and I can promise you that is what drives Don Cravens and the team at MBDA. Our job is to make sure we increase access to our communities. Now, we're going to be working to increase the access. We need you to help spread the word. I sometimes say, Deputy Secretary, our work at MBDA, we are evangelists. There's a lot of great things going on in the federal government, but we have to evangelize, and we need disciples, and we need people who are willing to share that word with us as well. And so that is why I'm happy, Andres, that you let MBDA be one of the first agencies to speak, because I do believe the work we're doing is very much in line with the work you're doing. We're in the communities. We have to go entrepreneur by entrepreneur to change the way things are going, and we're willing to put the time and the work in, but we will obviously need all of you to help make that happen.
Thank you, Undersecretary Cravens, and your team has been incredible at each one of the tables. These guys can attest to that. On that same note, Undersecretary Cravens, what are some of the barriers that we can break down to be able to succeed as we commit to equity? And Deputy Secretary Graves, on that same note, we heard the Secretary say the role that these folks play. How do you see them engaging? Because you've launched pretty much each one of our state cohorts. So how do you see them engaging on the day-to-day as we grow this momentum?
Sure. One way we can break down some of these issues, I talked about access being an issue, is we are going to use the tools and resources that have been given to us by the Deputy Secretary and the Department, Congress, as well as other facets of the administration to work on this access. I'll give you an example. As you know, Deputy Secretary, the Department of Treasury has transferred to the MBDA. Now, listen to this. This is the kind of good stuff that's happening here. Treasury has given MBDA and the Department of Commerce access to $100 million to create what's going to be called, we'll come up with a fancier name, but right now it's called the State Small Business Credit Initiative. And it's Treasury recognizes that people of color have a tough time getting private equity when they want to start their businesses or venture capital opportunities. So what Treasury has said is, MBDA, you do this. You talk to the stakeholders. Why don't you help create a program that will help our entrepreneurs of color become more attractive, more competitive when it comes to private equity? So you're going to be hearing from us, hopefully in the next couple of months or so, about this opportunity that business incubators, which some of you have access to or run, business accelerators, which some of you have access or run. If you are interested in participating in that grant program that we'll be launching from the Department of Commerce, we want you to apply for those resources so you can help train those businesses to get more access. What we'll be working on the back end is talking to the investors and saying, look, we've got people in the communities who are training up and coaching up, but at the end of the day, you still got to provide access. That is the level of complexity that I think you're going to see at this Department of Commerce, this administration, that is going to make sure that this is not just a moment in time, but this is a momentum in time. And so that's one example of how I think MBDA and the Department of Commerce with our leadership is working hard every day to make sure we have access to opportunities that have for so long been closed.
What he said. Andre said it is a great question, and I think what you heard from the Undersecretary is exactly right. We now have resources that we've never had before. We're going to do everything that we can because, not just because the dons are different dons, but the dons are in seat. Not because you have Andres and a whole range of leaders like Secretary Raimondo and the President and others, but we're going to succeed in getting resources, these unprecedented resources out to communities through you. I have worked in communities all my life. I know really well what people deal with on a daily basis, the struggles that they see, and the challenges that they face in keeping food on the table, paying their mortgage or their rent, making sure that they can get gas in the car so they can take their kids to school, get over to work, get back in time to pick up their kids, take them to the next thing, give the car to their spouse so their spouse can go and do things. These are real issues. The challenge for us is that we're not everywhere, and we shouldn't be everywhere, because this is your Department of Commerce, this is your government as well, and we have to do a better job of not saying, oh, here are these great programs, these resources, and then waiting for you to come to us. We have to meet you where you are. We have to meet the communities where they are, and so to do that, we need partners like all of you. As I said, we are, and the Secretary said, we are putting out tens of billions of dollars to build out our high-speed internet system all across this country. This is unprecedented. Not since we built the Eisenhower interstate highway system have we done this type of investment in sort of a utility for every American in the United States. But to do that effectively, we have to know what the challenges are. Not, as I said, not just the building the connections into a community, but understanding how people are utilizing internet and whether or not they understand how to use it. That's why we have the Digital Equity Program, to make sure that people have the tools, the know-how, the equipment, and the affordable access to high-speed internet. We're doing that across the board. I'm going to pick on one other program that you all should know about and you all should get up to speed on. The challenge for so many communities around the country, especially our underserved communities, is they get left behind as innovation moves forward, as we make these technological leaps. Well, we are in one of those periods right now. The president has talked about it. The fourth industrial revolution is going on right now. There's things like the space revolution. There is a space race going on right now that many communities have no idea how to participate in. Well, at the Department of Commerce, we have the Office of Space Commerce. Who knew that Department of Commerce actually focuses on space? But just as importantly, we now are about to put out more than $50 billion out of this department to support the semiconductor ecosystem. You may say semiconductors. I've heard of those things. Those are those chips. Not entirely sure what they're for. And certainly there are a lot of people in our communities who don't know what chips are about. But how many of you have cell phones? How many of you have cars, have appliances, have used equipment to get here, like airplanes? Every one of those devices, every piece of equipment these days uses a semiconductor. Well, we don't produce enough of it in this country, and that's what this is all about, is producing more of that, building out an ecosystem that is based here in the U.S., so we're not reliant on other countries. But there's ways to do that. In the past, those investments could have gone to a handful of companies. Those companies could have said, we're going to just build more onto our existing facilities. And the same folks who participated in building those companies and sort of benefiting from the revenues could have done that, and we would have had more supplies of semiconductors. But we're being very intentional about making sure that we're building an ecosystem that supports that industry, but it's an ecosystem that is broadly based, that is inclusive, that is supporting minority-owned businesses, that is supporting the type of workforce development, the training that is essential for all of our communities, that we're building off of the infrastructure investments that we're making, so that every community is being asked to come up with a plan. Any grant that is coming in, application that's coming in, will require a plan for how they're connecting with communities. And that's where you all come in, because you can be the drivers of what those plans look like. So, Andres, the answer to that question is that we can't be effective as a Department of Commerce without hearing from you, without engaging with you, without sharing our resources, and then understanding what we're doing right, and especially what we're doing wrong. I know if you can feel free to come to me with anything that you're hearing about what we're doing right. If you are hearing about anything that's going wrong, Secretary Raimondo is here every day of the week, and no, I'm kidding. We want to hear, all of us want to hear what we can do to be more effective.
Thank you so much, Deputy Secretary Graves and Undersecretary Cravens. We know you're very busy people, and we thank you for your time. One last question for closing thoughts. It's a joint question from folks in Florida, South Carolina, and our coastal communities in New York: Florida Velasquez, Father Jose Rodriguez, Marcos Villar, Maribel Balvin, Eleazar Melendez. They're asking you, why does this ecosystem matter as we fight for climate resilience across our communities? And why is the interagency ecosystem, why is it so important to unite our communities and our small businesses and faith-based leaders to be resilient for preparedness, response, and post-response reconstruction?
Maybe I'll start. And then climate change is the existential crisis for every human on this planet. There are a lot of crises that are affecting different communities. There are challenges affecting different parts of this country, different parts of this globe. But climate change is something that affects everyone. And unfortunately, it affects some of our communities much more substantially than it does others. Whether it's the rising heat in many of our urban communities over the summers, we see how hard it hits many of our communities, particularly seniors who don't have the option of going to a nice air-conditioned home because their home was built in a way, they lived in an area that was more temperate, and now it's a hot summer climate. One of the things that I think about a lot is also our coastal communities. The president has asked me to be his coordinator for economic growth for Puerto Rico, because Puerto Rico needs the help, not because they're a case that deserves our aid. It's because the Puerto Rican people have been historically forgotten, have been left behind, have been marginalized. The island was an afterthought, as so many of our territories and our communities have been. The Puerto Rican people are American citizens, and we have not delivered for our own citizens. So the island is facing huge challenges as it relates to climate change, just like so many of our coastal communities all across the country. The time for us is now to act. And the good thing is that with the Inflation Reduction Act, not only are we making the types of investments to drive clean energy and innovation to make sure that we mitigate the challenges of climate change, but that we're also thinking clearly about the ways that we invest in communities, in our infrastructure, that we do a better job of making sure that our investments are not having a one-sided approach, are not having a mitigating factor in one community and sort of exacerbating the challenge for other communities. We're building a climate-ready nation thanks to our National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration here at the Department of Commerce, which includes our National Weather Service. We're making the types of intentional decisions that are based on what you all are sharing with us so that we can face this climate crisis together and not have it be an existential crisis.
Well, thank you again. It's great to see all of you. And again, just thanks for letting MBDA participate and be on the stage with our Deputy Secretary this morning. The DepSec covered climate change. And what I will tell you we're focused on at MBDA, and one of the things I'd like to do, sir, before I leave, is I want to make sure that our minority businesses have a plan when disaster strikes. And so being a Louisianian, I get it. I want to make sure that our minority businesses have a resiliency plan. And so what I hope that you'll see coming out of our office soon, I was in Puerto Rico as well, Deputy Secretary, recently, is that we will have a handbook, a manual, something that you can use and share with your entrepreneurs that when disaster strikes, whether it be a fire, a hurricane, or man-made disaster, you can plan for it. And what I would suggest to you is as you talk to your entrepreneurs, your businesses, when a pandemic hits or something, what is their resiliency plan? How do they plan for those? A lot of us don't have the nest eggs that maybe some of our other brothers and sisters may have, right? A lot of our businesses don't have the access to a loan during the tough times. And so we have to have a plan in place. And so that is something that we're going to be working on at MBDA to make sure that folks are prepared. The last thing I'll say, and we'll be on our way. You heard the Deputy Secretary say it. We are at a once-in-a-generational lifetime, an industrial revolution. Many of us missed the other ones. We were not allowed to participate in the other ones. We are able to participate in this one. And we don't want just stuff to pop up in our neighborhoods. Oh, this is a great charging station for EVs. We want to build the charging stations for the EVs, right? The electric vehicles. That is the intentionality that we're working on here. I want you all, I hope, to leave with a little bit of a swagger on your shoulder, a little chip on your shoulder. No pun intended, sir. But you ought to be figuring out ways you can participate in the chips and the infrastructure and the transportation and the broadband. Don Graves and I are absolutely fighting each and every day to say, there are businesses of color and businesses that come out of our communities. They can do some of this work. You got to help us bridge it, though. We're making the case, I promise you. We then need you to get us some names and some resources and to reach out to us. But we want our communities to benefit from this $1.2 trillion investment as well. And that's equity. You heard the Deputy Secretary meet you where you are. That's equity. That's the difference. That's the difference you're feeling, sir. That's the difference you're feeling. So thank you so much. It's been an honor, sir. Always a pleasure to be on the stage with you. Andres, thank you for your leadership.
Deputy Secretary Graves, Undersecretary Cravens, thank you for being real and for these thoughtful words that you have shared with this crowd. We know you're very busy on behalf of the entire Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships and our communities. We thank you for this time, and you're more than welcome to join our breakout sessions, drop in and see what these folks have to say. Thank you so much. May we join them in a round of applause as we welcome them. How about that? Thank you so much to our principals. Just to show you the intentionality we have here when we tell you that we're listening. Now, next in our program, before we even continue, I want to acknowledge Francisco, our sign language translator, interpreter. Can we give him a big round of applause? So important to recognize every member of our community, including our community with disabilities. And so next in our program, our very dear Deputy Director of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships, Ms. Kristen Gallimore, will lead us in a Bureau panel discussion. As you have seen, we've gone from the top level view, lighthouse view, as we call it, from our principals, and now we're going to scaffold to make sure that you have an opportunity to hear from each bureau what they're all about, what they do, what the programs, the most important programs that they're pushing are. And so this will be a great opportunity for you to hear from them and understand. By the time that you leave this place, you should know what each bureau is all about, and you should be able to connect to them during the breakout sessions, during the networking lunch. Folks from the interagency and from the bureaus will be sitting down along with you, answering questions and making friends with you. So take advantage of that as well. I ask that we all return here to the auditorium when we come back from lunch so that we can send folks to their breakout session rooms. So now I will welcome the transition team to bring forth the tables. We will have a 5-minute intermission, so if you guys can stay put as we fix the new setup for our Bureau panel leaders. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with the Bureau Leader Panel discussion section of our program. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our Bureau leaders from the United States Department of Commerce. Big round of applause, please, as they sit at the table. Leading the panel for us today, our Deputy Director, Ms. Kristen Gallimore, will be leading the panel discussion, and she will be taking questions from the audience. We have handheld mics ready for you guys. You can come up to your microphones here at the very front of the seats, and we can take a couple of questions at the end of the panel. Ms. Kristen Gallimore.
Wow, hasn't it been an amazing morning already? Yes, yeah. Good morning. My name is Kristen Gallimore. As Andre said, I'm the Deputy Director for the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. First, I just want to thank you all for traveling in today. I know some of you came quite the distance. You came in yesterday, so we appreciate it. It's just an amazing blessing to be together this morning, and I'm so looking forward to growing all of our relationships deeper with all of you. I have the pleasure of moderating the Bureau panel this morning, so our goal this morning is to hear from all of you all about all the services that the Bureaus are offering and how that our partners can connect with you guys and we can just grow all of our partnerships deeper. So with that, we will go ahead and go into our discussion. The first question that we have I'm going to send it to Maria at Census. Actually, before we do that, my apologies, let's take a minute and go panelist by panelist and just do a quick introduction with your name and what bureau you're from.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Craig Burstady with the U.S. Economic Development Administration. Awesome to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Maria Olmedo Malagon. I'm the Chief of the Office of Strategic Alliances at the U.S. Census Bureau.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamika Obasham, and I'm the Eastern Regional Outreach Officer at the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
Good morning, everybody. Faithful friends and neighbors, it's lovely to see you today. I'm Lori Arguelles. I'm the Director of Strategic Communications, Partnerships, and Initiatives at Noaa. That's with an A, not an H, and that is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I am Joe Hanley. I'm the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary for the U.S. Field, part of the International Trade Administration.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Janita Pritchett. I'm the Acting Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And for anybody that may need a visual description, I'm a Black woman wearing braids with a black blazer and a tan top. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Lee, and I'm the Chief of Staff with the Minority Business Development Agency.
Morning, y'all. I'm Evan Feynman. I'm the Director of Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment at the National Telecommunication Information Agency.
Awesome. Thank you all again for taking the time to be with us this morning. The first question that we have is for Maria from Census. Can you please share with us some of the ways that the Census Bureau serves the American public?
Well, the Census Bureau serves the American public. It was mentioned a little bit this morning earlier, providing statistics about our population to everyone. Our statistics are public in our website, census.gov, and it's an excellent source of all kinds of statistics. But I like always to clarify, people know census more for the decennial census. When you hear about us, you're probably thinking about the 2020 census. Oh yeah, it happened 2 years ago. It was less than 10 questions. It was so simple. Yes, that's very simple. That's our constitutional mandate, and we love to do that. We are a wealth of statistics that are so valuable for community organizations, faith-based organizations, or small businesses in every community in the United States. We produce over 100 surveys every single year. We have the American Community Survey, which is the largest survey in the country and probably one of the largest in the world. It interviews 3.5 million households every single year, and it has over 70 questions asked. So you can get from the Census Bureau a lot of information in terms of education, health insurance, housing, social characteristics, etc. So definitely you should try to go out to our website. We have a number of applications used for emergency management, for job creation, for business development. So I totally recommend that. And I also have to say that we are not very well known for that, but we have the economic census that happens twice every decade. We are about to kick off our next economic census in January. And I think something that was mentioned earlier that really caught my attention is the fact that we are very focused in a lot of issues in our country. And I don't want to diminish that. But economics is really important. It's key for the development of our communities, and the participation of the economic census it's something that is vital at this moment. We want to know how the population looks, but also we want to know how the economic on all those neighborhoods look, particularly on our small businesses and minority businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to pass the same question to Lori from Noaa. Can you please share some of the ways that Noaa serves the American public?
I'd be delighted to. Let me ask first, and answer honestly, please. How many of you have heard of Noaa? Raise your hand. Well, I am mightily impressed, so I don't have to do my, well, you know what, I'm gonna do it anyway. So let's just say how Noaa affects your lives. Did any of you check the weather forecast today? Yep. Did anybody eat fish in the last week, 2 weeks? Yeah. Anybody get dressed this morning? Okay, so that last one, you might be like, oh, I'm not quite sure about that. I get that there's the Weather Service and that Noaa manages fisheries, but what do we have to do with clothes? For better or worse, many of the things that we wear and use every day come into our ports from other countries, and Noaa provides the navigational maps that get those goods to our ports safely. Just an example of the many things that, that Noaa does provide. And I think, you know, perhaps Hurricane Ian is still on our minds as people are continuing to recover. I think for better or worse, that sort of situation really helps to demonstrate how all of Noaa comes together and how it fits within the Commerce Department. So clearly our weather forecasters at the Hurricane Center, what heroes they are. You know, many of them were in the path of that hurricane too, you know, worrying about their families and so on and so forth, but still did their job. We have people who fly into hurricanes in airplanes on purpose. And they do that so that they can get the kind of data that helps the forecasters better understand what is happening with that storm track and how to do that. Our fisheries managers are looking at what's happening with respect to the natural resources inside the ocean. We don't often get to look below the surface. It feels like a barrier, a hard barrier sometimes. But looking at what the fish population distribution is, and climate is another aspect, of course, looking at what is happening with hurricanes and other weather events, intensification, so on and so forth. Our tide gauges with the National Ocean Service are an extraordinary benefit. There was record level storm surge. You might have heard that that's really one of the, with these more intense storms, that's one of the big challenges that we're facing, and trying to communicate that to folks too. And then of course our research division, and then we are actually the smallest uniformed service in the United States. You might or might not know that there is actually a Noaa Corps of officers that fly those planes and drive those ships, that do those navigational bathymetric depth surveys and so on and so forth. So we really do touch your life in some way every day. And I'd like to think that we are essentially the environmental intelligence agency, and that environmental intelligence has a huge economic value too. It also has a huge value to those of you who are concerned with creation care. And I think that there is much that we can do together, especially in the context of the bipartisan infrastructure law, which you heard the Deputy Secretary refer to, and the Secretary as well. And the newest guy to the party, IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. So there are mechanisms, particularly as you are thinking about ways to connect your communities to, and your congregates to information. We have so much data, and my job in the communications realm is to try to help make sure that it's manageable and understandable. So we have sites that are dedicated to heat.gov, to drought.gov. I hope you'll learn more about that from my colleague John Coggin in the breakout sessions. There's climate resilience toolkits, so that as you are being those places of refuge, quite literally, for houses of worship, for example, that you have tools and resources that are available to you. So I think with that, I would say we're happy to be in touch with you every day and look forward to seeing how we can be helpful to you as well.
Great. Thank you, Lori. And now I'm going to pass the same question again down to Evan at NTIA. Can you share some of the ways that your bureau is serving the American public?
Sure thing, thanks. So NTIA is not an agency. Well, we'll play the same game. Who here's heard of NTIA? This is a very well-educated room. Most folks don't know about NTIA. I didn't know much about NTIA until I started with the agency. There are a lot of different ways to describe what NTIA does, but there are three big buckets into which we can sort of broadly categorize them. The first is that NTIA manages the broadcast spectrum. It oversees the way in which different entities can access and use that portion of the broadcast spectrum to transmit cellular or television or radio or other types of information via that spectrum in partnership with a few other agencies. The second is that it acts as the President of the United States' advisor on all things telecommunications. That's any way we communicate with somebody, not with our voices, right? Telecommunication, far away. The third, and one of the ones that I'm obviously the most interested in, it's the part of the agency I work in, is NTIA is now the lead federal agency in deploying high-speed internet infrastructure and ensuring that all Americans have equitable access to that infrastructure. And so the program that I run, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, is a $42.5 billion program into which about $7 additional billions of dollars flow to ensure that we have internet for all Americans. You heard our principals talk about that earlier this morning. It's a really important blow to strike for equity. We have a lot of good reasons to get every American online. The first is economic, right? The amount of new revenue that we're going to put in folks' pockets, the amount of new jobs we're going to create in our communities, the opportunity to help declining communities grow again and see prosperity spread back out from urban centers in the major metros throughout the country is tremendous. There's also a really important socio-political angle to it. The simple fact is this is what people want when you go to places where they don't have the ability to get online. What is the top thing folks ask government for? I need the internet, I need the internet, I need the internet. Good government needs to be responsive government. The last reason, though, and one that I talk about a lot and that I know will find a warm welcome in this room is I believe we have a moral and an ethical obligation to solve this problem. Any problem that we can solve that harms people, we're obliged to solve. Well, we have the resources to do this now. We can solve this. When you look at communities that don't have access to high-speed internet connections, children in households without a high-speed internet connection are less likely to pursue post-secondary education. When they do, they go to a less good program and they undertake more debt. Elderly folks, less able to age in place safely, they do it for less time, they take on more debt as they move into assisted living. Access to telehealth, teleeducation, significant problems, and most importantly, and one of the things that I think about a lot is telepsychiatry. The veterans' mental health crisis is one that most folks are well aware of, but we also know that our armed services are overrepresented with folks from rural areas, which is where these connectivity problems exist the most often. We could solve that problem. We could save huge numbers of those lives by making telepsychiatry and telehealth available in our rural communities, and we're finally going to do it. And so I'm very, very excited to be sharing some of that with y'all. There's a lot of detail there, but the top line message is there are going to be organizers in every single state in the union pulling together different organizations from all walks of life to solve this problem. Solving a problem this big, millions of new locations, hundreds of thousands of miles of new fiber, is going to require a whole of society effort. Y'all will be called upon to lend your voices in support of that effort. If you're members of organizations that, alongside the ones you're representing here, that are membership organizations, join those coalitions, lend your voices. We need an all of society effort to solve an all of society problem, but we can get it done if we work together. Someday this will go into the history of American infrastructure alongside those other successful projects. Rural electrification, rural telephone, the interstate highway system, the canals, the transcontinental railroad. We are doing something similar today. The one additional shading I want to put on it is, when you go back through that history of great American infrastructure, you see that not every page in that history was bright. Many of those infrastructure stories contain instances in which marginalized or minority communities were pushed around, taken advantage of, or sometimes literally bulldozed. That will not happen in this program. It is broadband equity first, access and deployment for a reason, and we are going to work with every single community partner in every single state to make sure that as we build this infrastructure, we build it equitably. Thank you.
Thanks, Evan. And now the last bureau for this first question is going to be for Tamika from PTO. Can you share a little bit about what PTO is doing for the American public?
Yes. So many things. So how many people know about the United States Patent and Trademark Office? Awesome. And how many of you know that intellectual property is everywhere? All right. We've got it here. We've got it in our phones. And so the USPTO has set out to make sure that everyone knows about who we are, what we do, and how we do it. And so we want to bridge the gap between innovators, creators, entrepreneurs, and small businesses, and definitely share the word about intellectual property, the importance of it, and how to protect it. I think many times small businesses, they go out, they get started, or entrepreneurs get started, and they don't realize they need a trademark for something for their business, and they need to protect their mark or their brand. Or if they have an invention, and sometimes they may disclose it too early to the public, and they're not able to get a patent for it. So we're the agency that makes sure we issue and grant patents and also register trademarks. And we're here to help. And we want to make sure that you know that we're open to working with you, collaborating with you. We offer trainings virtually, in person, hybrid, and we want to hear from you. We want to know that what you think is important to us, and make sure that we're available to you and throughout the country. I'm not sure if any of you know, but we have multiple points of access throughout the nation, and I think we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Tamika. The second question that we have, I'm going to start with Craig from EDA, and this is kind of a fun question. Can you share a little bit about something that's often misunderstood or a little known fact about EDA?
Ooh, so many things to start to come to mind, but I'll say that one of EDA's best enablers and capacity builders is how we make grants. Our core business is to invest in communities via grants. And oftentimes people confuse us with the Small Business Administration or certain lending vehicles that Treasury has. And what I want to clarify about EDA is that we invest in community organizations to give them capacity to execute. So our grants are going to focus on supporting workforce development training programs, helping an organization build or expand a facility, helping an organization run and support a business support center or entrepreneurship support center so that multiples of citizens can benefit from our investments. One great example that comes to mind is a pier in Portland, Maine, which we extended a number of years back by about 20 feet. Very small, strategic, tactical investment to extend this port's docking capacity, which brought larger cruise liners in during the summer cruise season the following season. Those local small businesses in one short summer season estimated they saw a $19 million increase in local economic spending. And that's capacity for the entire business community. And you can take that idea and translate it to different tools, or whether it's programs, I mentioned workforce training programs or entrepreneurship support programs or other infrastructure needs that's going to drive economic activity. Jobs, wages, that's our focus area. Hope that helps highlight a little bit of our secret sauce.
Awesome, thank you. Now I'm going to pass the same question to Dr. Pritchett at Nist. Can you share something misunderstood or a little known fact?
Well, I actually want to go back to the question, or the game with the audience. How many of you all know about Nist? That's the most misunderstood thing, is exactly how much we impact your day-to-day life. Similar to what DepSec said about commerce being with you day to day from sunup to sundown, Nist is with you from sunup to sundown. How many of you all check the time on your phone? I think everybody, right? How many of you all have ever gone to the doctor and had your cholesterol read? How many of you all rely on cybersecurity to protect your PII? Pretty much everyone. Well, all of those things are underpinned by the research and technology that is developed within the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Our mission is to really promote U.S. innovation and industrial competitiveness by enhancing measurement standards, technology, and measurement science to ensure that we are really enhancing economic security and improving quality of life for all Americans. And so when we think about what's most misunderstood, it's really how do we impact you all? We are a STEM organization, so science, technology, engineering, and math, which means we are really focused on building up that next generation of science and technology and engineering and math professionals, but also making sure that they are contributing to the things that help our day-to-day go better. We also have a number of programs to help to support our small and medium businesses by way of advanced manufacturing. And we have really reach across pretty much everything that touches you. Some of our primary focus strategic areas right now are on cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, bioeconomy, disaster resilience, quantum science, Internet of Things. So just listening to that list, that's literally everything that touches you and ensures that you have a good life. So I look forward to being able to talk a little bit more about some of the unique services that we offer, specifically by way of the data resources that we're able to offer, as well as some of the standard reference materials that we're able to offer, and ways in which we can support community businesses in our later sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Joe, same question for you for ITA. Anything misunderstood or little known fact that you'd like to share?
Yeah, sure. There's probably lots misunderstood about trade. And we are the International Trade Administration. So really happy to talk a little bit about trade and how important it is to local communities and small businesses. Trade, often can get, has a negative connotation to it. There's a lot of talk about imports and unfair competition. And certainly the International Trade Administration does a lot of work in that space. Our enforcement and compliance administers unfair trade laws to make sure that products being dumped into the U.S. unfairly or being supported unfairly by overseas governments are in fact addressed so that we can help to enable our small companies and large companies to compete internationally and in the U.S. market. But I think getting back to the misunderstood part, we are an organization that has 108 offices across the country, and we have staff in the embassies and consulates around the world. And when you hear that, you hear 108 offices, you probably think of about a massive staff. There's about 275 trade specialists around the country that staff those 108 offices. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason that we don't take those 275 employees and put them in Washington or just put them in the big metro areas. And that's because trade is important to every community and to every small business. So while our offices are small, it's important that we're part of the community, whether it's Wheeling, West Virginia, Jackson, Mississippi, in Rockford, Illinois, Buffalo, we go on and on. We make sure that we're part of that local community so that we develop the relationships and the partnerships locally so that we can drive trade benefit back into the local communities to help small businesses. We've helped export $71.5 billion in the last couple years and attract inward investment of $20 billion. And when you hear those numbers, you probably begin to think that must be big multinational companies that ITA works with. In fact, we helped 42,000 companies just in the past year all over the country. 86% of those were small businesses. And I would even suppose that, given that I'm out in the field doing this work, that most of those small businesses, in fact, are what we would consider micro businesses, businesses that really turn to us to help them to grow their export sales, because those export sales lead to jobs. And we know that jobs in every community are important, not just in the big cities. So to be relevant is important. To be part of the local community is important. Small businesses, 98% of small businesses, 98% of exporters are small businesses. So making sure that we make those connections and help those small businesses to find sales overseas, to grow jobs here back at home, are really part and parcel to our mission, and the most important and impactful work that we do all across the country. So again, trade is not just for the big guys. Trade is driven by small business. Small business are the biggest employers around the country. And we work, frankly, with a lot of our agencies up here, as well as across the federal government, to convene all the different resources throughout the country to ensure small businesses get the help that they need.
Great, thank you. And Carrie from MBDA, can you also please share anything that's misunderstood or little known facts about your agency?
Little known fact is MBDA has 35 business centers around America and like 15 to 20 more specialty centers. I see so many of you community leaders out there. I know during the pandemic, so many of the churches, temples, mosques came together to support the community, especially the small businesses that were hurting. I see Drukpa North America here in the audience during the pandemic. Most of their community lives in diaspora. They're recent immigrants, and a lot of them are small business owners. And I saw the community come together to try to keep these businesses afloat. I want to let all of you know that MBDA is a partner for you during those difficult times. We're here to help you find loans. We're here to help you find investments. We're here to help you find grants. And if MBDA cannot help you, let us be the usher of governmental services for you. Part of our job is we are the front door to government for minority businesses. I know so many restaurants were going out of business and didn't know where to go or how to access services. Let MBDA be your concierge service to finding you the right resources. And in times when you are thriving, we're here to help you find governmental contracts. So many of our small businesses don't know about the opportunities they can have to do business with government. So please, let us be your matchmaker for you. And if you think your communities are not ready for that, we have the technical assistance to help you grow your businesses, help you grow your communities so you are financially resilient, so our communities are resilient. A little known fact that's coming later this year, our communities lost so many businesses during the pandemic. Well, we are looking for that next generation of entrepreneurs. We want to make sure they are in businesses that are scalable and investable and that are not stuck in low margins. We will be looking for that next generation creative entrepreneurs so that we can set them up for success. Continue working with us, please. Keep in touch with us, mbda.org. Keep in touch with our programs in the offices. We are looking to expand. We want to be in your neighborhoods. We want to support your congregation, your Sangha, in your community. So we are on the ground. We might not have pilots that fly into hurricanes, which I would love to go on one of those missions, but we We are in your neighborhood, so please reach out to us and let us usher you throughout commerce and the rest of government.
Thanks, Carrie. So what I'd like to do now, before we take a couple questions from the audience, is just start with Craig and go down the table and give each panelist one more opportunity to share a top initiative that is going on at your bureau or agency that the audience here today can take advantage of. And then if there's anything you can share to help them know how to access that or who to contact.
I'd like to share that a couple principles guide all of our investments, and we call those at EDA our investment priorities. And right now, to support a responsible, transformational economic recovery, our number one investment priority is equity. If we're going to get this right, we have to make sure all citizens in all corners of all 50 states, all 9 territories can participate in America's future economy. So when we think about any of our investment programs, all of our grants, we're thinking about how can we ensure an inclusive program deployment. So that's why this conversation for us today is hugely impactful and valuable. I would encourage everyone to check out our website and most importantly, like our public affairs and recent press releases. We've just done thousands of investments this past year. You can get inspiration in the type of work that we're supporting all across the country.
Well, I cannot emphasize enough how everyone should go out and participate in the 2022 economic census coming in January, and that's for all small businesses, or if you are a trusted organization in your neighborhood and you get asked about that, if it's real, because I know it's not well known, but if someone asks you if this is real, please just say so, it is. Also, I think a lot of people don't know, little known fact from the Census Bureau is that we are already preparing for the 2030 census. So one of the things that we are doing, which is an innovation, first time we're doing, we have out a federal register notice asking everyone, every person in the nation for recommendations for the 2030 census. It's on census.gov/2030 census. You can go and you can either submit a written statement as a feedback on what your own ideas for the 2030 census. Also, there's an opportunity to go to 6 in-person workshops or 6 virtual workshops that are starting next week. So we make sure to make it available at all kind of times during the day, so it works for different time zones. I highly recommend you go because we're asking about everything: technology, ways to contact people, data collection, communications and outreach. You may have like very valuable ideas that perhaps you're thinking like, why the census didn't do this in my community? Just an example, when I was working on the 2010 census, someone, I remember clearly said on a meeting, we will never have an online census. And we just did. We just did our census. Most people replied to the 2020 census online. So you don't know, maybe you're thinking that perhaps texting is the next big option, which we're doing some things on text currently, but also you may have a perspective on why in your community you still need paper, or you still need an enumerator visiting because internet is not super accessible on your community, or perhaps because you don't think that your particular community trusts online platforms. So all of that can be valuable feedback for us. We're really looking forward to learn from you, from your perspective, and adapt those new technologies and innovation for the 2030 census. Thank you.
I'd like to share just a few, but there are more. First and foremost, the Council for Inclusive Innovation, or CI Squared. It's time to bring all of our diverse, creative, and underrepresented groups into the innovation ecosystem. Many times they've been overlooked, and we have established the Council for Inclusive Innovation led by our chair, which is Secretary Raimondo, and additional vice chairs, which includes the director of the USPTO, Kathy Vidal, and also Undersecretary Gravens as a co-chair. And that opportunity to engage with the agency and to, of course, share ideas. We have an email address set up for you to submit comments, and it's just a place where we're hoping that everyone will be involved in very different levels. In addition to CI Squared, we have Access USPTO, which is an opportunity for national organizations to be a part of the IP education system. We know that many of your constituents and communities don't know anything about intellectual property and how to protect it, and so we're here to help and bridge that gap. And so those are two I'd like to highlight now, and thank you.
So, as the Deputy Secretary said earlier, climate change, or changing climate, however you want to say it, is an existential threat. And so I think what I would lift up is from our eyes in the sky, satellites, to our ocean sensors, to our hurricane hunters, to all of the different tools that NOAA brings together. This environmental intelligence is gathered not for the sake of gathering it, but for the sake of distributing it. And so as you are grappling in your own life with climate impacts, I would direct you to climate.gov, which is NOAA backed, but we've really decided that, in this whole of government approach, particularly that this administration brings, that's really important. You don't care about which agency does which thing, you just care about what's important to you, right? And so climate.gov is an extraordinary resource. And again, my colleague John Coggin will be sharing more resources with you. But I think I would just really invite you to think about ways that from your faith-filled neighborhood, small business perspective, climate really does matter to you. Our National Centers for Environmental Information, they're the ones that gather all the information on billion-dollar disasters that so deeply affect many of the communities that you represent. I bet you didn't know that that information was gathered by NOAA. And so there are just an enormous number of portals and ways to dive deeper. So NOAA.gov, N-O-A-A, .gov is a great resource for you. Nice navigation bar on the side with icons that will give you a pretty good sense of where you want to go for weather or fish or satellites or whatever the plethora of information is. And I'll just leave you with this one thought, because sometimes sort of like, how did NOAA get in commerce? I mean, clearly we think that there are lots of very important ways that that environmental intelligence supports the commercial activities, which are all about people, which I love the way the Deputy Secretary said that. But don't forget, we are the Department of Fish and Chips.
It's hard to top that. I think I'll start in talking about the top initiative, actually for the past couple years for ITA. Let me start with if you're an international economist, and I'm not, but if you are, you would know that the one thing a country focuses on is their comparative advantage when determining how to compete effectively with other countries, how to grow jobs here back in the home country by selling overseas. There is no doubt, being in international trade for the amount of time I've been in, that our comparative advantage is our diversity. It is unmatched with our competitor countries. Our diversity drives everything. It drives our innovation. It drives our connections around the world. It drives energy and startups and small business growth. So looking at that diversity, and thinking about how to leverage our diversity. We launched the Global Diversity Export Initiative last year. And this Global Diversity Export Initiative is really an effort to ensure that the work that we do, and we're often thought to be the best kept secret, which is not a compliment. We're trying to solve that. But as the best kept secret, we're even a better kept secret in diverse communities and small businesses around the country. Understandably, a lot of folks think that The government is here to tax, fine, or regulate. So it's really hard to walk in the door, especially to a small business, and say, we're just here to help. But in fact, that is the case. And making sure that our message is getting to those diverse business communities has been the work of the Global Diversity Export Initiative. So we've really doubled down on our outreach and our education across the United States into diverse communities, from Native American, LGBTQ, veteran-owned, minority-owned, women-owned. We've more than doubled our outreach events and activities in the past year to reach new companies, new clients who otherwise would not have heard of us. We brought 52 minority and women-owned businesses to our largest business development conference overseas, Tradewinds in the Middle East, just this past year. We brought the first ever minority business trade mission to Europe this past year. We're planning another minority business trade mission to Africa in the year ahead. We have continued to work to do this outreach. One of our signature events has now become Building Bridges event, which was mentioned earlier. Access to capital is an important issue to address. So these events that we're holding around the country do panels on access to capital, where we pull together other agencies, local, state, federal agencies, to hold panel discussions just like this, along with panels that cover international trade and how to leverage our network, both domestically and overseas, to ensure that all that we have to offer around the world is being leveraged by diverse exporters and companies that haven't yet exported, but are ready to learn how and ready to grow their business through exports. So this Global Diversity Export Initiative is something that ITA is very proud of. We're seeing growth in our client base, and we're seeing growth in export sales. So that, I think, is probably the leading initiative in the past couple years since this administration began that we're really proud of, and look forward to growing it even more in the years ahead.
So as I mentioned earlier, again from Nist, again, first homework for everyone is to head to nist.gov to learn about our organization. We have a lot of different efforts that are taking place that really span across every sector of life, quite honestly. Our key priorities are really making sure that we remain global leaders in cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, bioeconomy, quantum science, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, climate, and advanced communication, while also ensuring that society, that our stakeholders can access our services, our programs equitably. And so we have a huge focus on really ensuring that DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility is woven into all of our policies, practices, and programs to ensure that we can not only service those that are inside of our organization, but those that want to engage with us. We have a number of different funding opportunities that are available. You can go to grants.gov to check out the funding opportunities that are available by way of grants or cooperative agreements, as well as on sam.gov you can find different contracting opportunities. And as was mentioned earlier by the DepSec, there is a call right now for information from the public to help develop the CHIPS programs, really focusing on the incentive portion, as well as the standing up the different manufacturing institutes that will support the development of that semiconductor ecosystem. So I invite you all again to go to nist.gov to learn more about all of the programs that we're doing, and again look forward to discussing more in our later breakout session. Thank you.
Entrepreneurship, that is our top priority. Entrepreneurship is the broadest and fastest way to build wealth. 50% of people with wealth did it through entrepreneurship, and it has been predominantly male and white. It costs $250,000 more for a black business to launch to its white equivalent, and that is not okay. We are fixing that, but we need your help. We are focused on making sure that the next generation of entrepreneurs are as diverse as this room. We are launching a program so in your communities, when you have bright young minds with good ideas, please send them to our State Small Business Credit Initiative Technical Assistance Program. We will come up with a better name, I promise. But please look for our programs, because we will provide the technical assistance, the incubation, to make sure that they are set up for success and that they can compete. Please visit your MBDA business centers. Once again, we are here to make sure you have access to capital, debt, equity, grants, whatever it is, but we got to close that entrepreneurship gap, because if we do, we will add trillions to the GDP, and we will create so many more jobs, and our communities will be more equitable and resilient. So keep us on your radar.
Hey guys, so broadband again. We're going to do a whole bunch of stuff. The marquee thing is we're going to be building hundreds of billions of dollars of new infrastructure. That's great. That is going to get millions of new Americans online. But it doesn't do you any good to have the infrastructure come to your house if you don't know how to use it, you can't afford to use it, or you don't have the devices or the skills you need to use it. We're going to do a ton of stuff to address that. We're going to be doing digital literacy classes. We're going to be doing device provision. We're going to be doing connected ag. We're going to be doing digital entrepreneurship. But the one that I most want to talk to y'all about this morning is the same law that created our big infrastructure programs funded what's called the Affordable Connectivity Program at the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission. That is an incredible program. It provides support to millions of Americans to the tune of $30 a month if you're low income, low or moderate income, or $70 a month if you're on a tribal tribal lands. There's a problem though. The problem is the low income household or the low income American has to know about the program, know they're eligible for it, get informed about it, and then advocate for themselves with their ISP to take advantage of it. That ain't gonna happen. So what we need to do is we need to hire navigators, and we're going to. In every single state and all 6 territories, we're going to hire navigators out of our equity funding to make sure that Americans know about this program and know how to access it. Problem number 2, though, the greatest navigator in the world doesn't get anybody anywhere if there's nobody on the boat. Y'all have, in every single one of your communities, folks who are having trouble making ends meet who could benefit from this program. They're not stood up yet, but they will be early next year. Y'all need to let those folks know to look for their navigators. Reach out to us and we'll figure out how to get you in touch with them. We're going to be organizing those communities again in all 50 states and 6 territories. Those navigators are going to help folks get online. For the folks that don't have infrastructure yet, that's going to take us a little longer. I apologize that infrastructure takes time, but over the coming years, we'll get that infrastructure out to those folks too. And then if they're lower moderate income, they can benefit from this program just as well. But that's the key place I'm hoping y'all will engage with us alongside joining our coalition and lending your voices to our effort. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all again for sharing all of that. I know we are close to time, so I want to see if there's anyone. I think we have time for one question from the audience.
Thank you so much for your presentations. I'm Reverend Ambassador Susan Johnson Cook. I worked in the Clinton and Obama administration, so thank you for your service to our country. Sometimes the acronyms, we don't always know what Nist and Noaa is. Sometimes, if you could help, it's another language. But I also represent the Real Black Women in Ministry Initiative and the CEO of the U.S. Global Black Women's Chamber of Commerce. So we're not under the U.S. Chamber, we're not under the U.S. Black Chamber. We are 60 Black women business owners who are trying to make it. And so thank you very much. So we understand entrepreneurialism is the path to wealth. I'm a 3rd generation Black woman business owner. So my question specifically is this. We have some of the next, but we have a whole lot of the now, who need to know how to get grants, not any more loans. Many of them are not here today because they have other jobs. So there's not a side hustle for them. They have to do a couple of businesses at the same time. So my specific question is, how can we be an ambassador for some of the trade initiatives that you're doing, Joe? How can we be navigators to help get the word out to the community? And how can we work with MBDA specifically in terms of letting you know that we are here, we're ready to receive and work with you. So we don't want to get lost in the sauce. We are 60 Black women business owners who are ready for what you have. So if you could give us points of contact, not just websites, because anybody can do that, but points of contact that we can work with and make wealth happen for Black women business owners in this country.
Well, thank you for that. Let me go first, if I could. Your organization is exactly the kind of organization that we've been seeking out to partner with. In fact, we've signed strategic partnerships with a dozen organizations over the past year. We know we can't do it alone. Our Global Diversity Export Initiative, we know that we need to work in partnership with organizations just like yours. My email address, and I'll give you my card right after this. My email address is joseph.hanley@trade.gov. The leader of our Global Diversity Export Initiative is Terry Batch, TERRI.BATCH @trade.gov. Terry is a dynamic leader in this space, has done tremendous work to develop these partnerships, not just to sign a piece of paper and do a photo op, but to take these partnerships and make them real and ensure that we plug into your networks. As I said, we're a small organization that's spread pretty thin, so it's so important for us to work in partnerships with organizations like yours to be able to get our information to your members so that you know how to take full advantage of everything that we have to offer. So I will be sure that you get my card. You don't have to jot all that down, and we'll certainly connect. So thanks so much.
You've been looking for us, we've been looking for you, so it's a love connection. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And so I do see there are a couple more questions. So what we're going to do is, if you guys don't mind, if you could quickly just say your question into the mic, and then we're going to take all the questions at one time. And then as a group, we will address them as best we can now. And then just remember, we do have the breakout sessions again later, where a representative from every bureau will be there. So any questions that you guys have can be answered.
Excellent. Peace and blessings. Gladi Fadea. I the Queen Quet, head from the body of the Gullah Geechee Nation. I'm Queen Quet Chiefess and head of state for the Gullah Geechee Nation, but I'm one of the people that want to take that flight with the hurricane person. Of course, you know why. I live on the coastal region in the Sea Islands. So my question was going to be to the first panel, if we could have done it, and you almost answered it, for your need navigators. I think that most of us here today are need navigators in our community. So I wanted to know, how are you ensuring that in a case like mine, where I live on the Sea Islands, on St. Helena Island, which is rural, but then I'm in the same county as Hilton Head Island. So people, our census records have a disparity because it shows that our county is rich, where that's only one little island in the whole county in the chain of sea islands of beautiful Beaufort by the sea. So how do you ensure that when the broadband comes, and I've been screaming for it for years because I'm a computer scientist, that we get it first, and that we're able to have it instead of it going to the richest areas that people already are aware of, where they can afford it, and cutting through an island like mine to get to gated islands on the exterior without addressing us first, who are the rural populations now called BIPOC. So I'm really concerned about that, and that was a question I had. I don't want the highway to run us over this time and it be the internet highway.
Can I just respond? Look, I don't want to, yeah. So thank you, first of all, for coming and for your advocacy. Here's what we're going to do. First, we are requiring ongoing, deep collaboration between the state broadband offices that are going to be implementing this work and local community leaders, tribal leaders, and members of marginalized and displaced communities. If a state office does the greatest notice and comment period that has ever been done in the history of humanity, that's an F-. I send their application back, they get $0, try again. Ongoing, deep, real communication. Every single community at the table. My staff is going to be reaching out to folks. The state staff is going to be reaching out to folks. If anybody raises their hand and says, hey, nobody talked to me, that's a big problem, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. The second thing is, our team is going to be in every single county in the country with blow-ups of what we're building and where it's going. We're going to point to it, and we're going to say to everybody there, hey, does this solve y'all's problem? And if it doesn't, we're going to track that down and figure out why not, and we're not going to go in that state until we know that every single person is going to come along with us.
Excellent. Thank you.
Father Jose Rodriguez with the Episcopal Churches of Christ the King and Jesus de Nazaret in Orlando, Florida. Our communities intersect and we're wonderfully diverse, so I can't figure out how to address my question to any one of you. So I'll just ask, how can an organization like mine intersect with the work you all do and not end up in multiple conversations. We're a resilience center. We've been helping people recover from hurricanes since Hurricane Maria and now Hurricane Ian. We are in a neighborhood, the church is in a neighborhood without adequate broadband. So the things that impact our neighbors impact the church. So if I know if the church can't get broadband, neither can any of those small minority business owners. We work with an organization. We've become sort of like a hub or a place for other organizations to grow. The Renacer Foundation's with us, with Father Juro Cajica, inspired by Roman Catholicism, and they provide mental health to immigrants. And right now we've been doing sessions to those individuals who've been traumatized after the hurricane and cannot get help from FEMA because of their immigration status. I can go on and on and on, but there's a lot going on in our facility, there's a lot going on in our work, and on top of that, I have to choose between making my building resilient and prepared for a hurricane, or using those funds to help people be resilient themselves. So there's a lot of questions here, and all my people are small business owners, and I can go on, but I would say, how can people like us intersect with every single person at the table without having multiple conversations? Thank you.
Could I just quickly offer that I think that's exactly the purpose of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships.
They've been talking to us, but I want to talk to all of you.
Yeah. I think they might be a great entree point. And muchísimas gracias for the work that you are doing, Father. That is very, very important stuff.
I'm really excited about Noaa and broadband and minority business and everything at the table. So I can't wait to get to know all of you soon. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. My name is Sami Jimen Marrero, and I'm the president of Urbender. We are a solution-based communications firm that helps transform businesses to advance humanity. And so I'm also, aside from being an entrepreneur and activist, and it's very daunting, right, to do community work and also try to get your business to scale. And one of the biggest barriers that I found, and I'd like some support or some feedback on if there's any possibility to find reciprocity with local government vetted certifications for those national, right, certifications, because it's costly, it takes time. Quite frankly, it's annoying sometimes because you can't get the support that you need and you're just trying to get business going and new clients. And so the certification process, it's like jumping through hoops, really. So I've been fortunate that, I'm kind of cheeky. So my corporate clients, I ask them, can you just accept the City of Orlando's Women and Minority Business Enterprise Certification? They say yes, so praise God to that. But, it would be nice, right, to see if there's ways that it could be just one place and not WeBank and, yes, all of that. So thank you.
I'm happy to tackle this one. Thank you. And my point exactly on women taking the lead and wearing multiple hats at once. Our business centers, if there's one in your community, will help navigate the certification landscape with you. It is still problematic that there is no national uniform certification process, but we are working with NMSDC, the National Minority Supplier Diversity Council, to try to come up with something a little bit more scalable, usable, that could be more translatable from state to state and program to program. In the interim, our business centers are there to help you with certification. We recently just walked out, I think, $5 million and added 35 more procurement specialists just to focus on this issue alone, because it is a lot of work.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Lee.
I think it's still morning. Good morning. Thank you for having this summit. My name is Fazia Dean. I am representing the Muslim community in Northern Virginia, Dar al-Hijra. I'm the Deputy Director of Outreach there. And I also have Erica from Go Green with me. And I'm not really looking for an answer right now, but I noticed that after COVID, the small businesses in our community, not all of them were able to come back up, right? So yeah, there's that, and that's why we're here today. But I also noticed what did come back up was tobacco and alcohol businesses in our Black and brown community. And so I'm wondering why that was so prosperous and why that became like flowers that popped up after COVID. Thank you.
I don't know if you wanted to answer that first. That goes into some work I do around climate depression, climate grief. My name is Reverend Conyers. I work with the Southeast Climate and Energy Network and the United States Climate Action Network. I have several questions for each of you individually, but I wanted to use this time, so don't run away from me when I trace you down after this. But I wanted to use this time to actually make an offer and a request. So because I work in the position of basically helping people build capacity versus technical capacity and social capacity and development of skills, and I also work to integrate communities and organizations to work well with one another so that they could build their collective capacity and impact. I'm basically a networker. I tell people where to find information, who to work with, and who would be best partners. My request I will start with is, can we have a central area, not sam.gov, that is not working well? And not only of grants, but of the apprenticeships, of the contacts that will actually get us to the right place, within a good amount of time instead of trying to find somebody for 6 months, of the direct programs and trainings that you all do. You, like it said over and over again, you're doing fantastic work. Nobody knows how to access it. And quite frankly, the interface is lacking. So can you collectively work together to create a better interface so that we can work with you? And then my offer is, I work with over 300 organizations across this nation. I work with even more internationally. And we are just chomping at the bit to give you our data, to share our stories, to help you understand the actual real-world impact of the policies and programs that you're creating. Tell us how we can help you, because the world is changing. It's more than just an industrial revolution. It is a climate revolution, and we need to make sure that your programs are servicing not just the needs of today, but the needs of what the tomorrows will inevitably look like. And that means new ways of thinking about infrastructure, new ways of thinking about what commercial developments are allowed to take place and be built in our communities, and what the compounding impacts are of those facilities, and how we help people decide which ways they can focus their businesses so that they are not only thriving, but helpful to both our environment and our people. So let us help you, but tell us how we can help you. Show us how we can get involved, and I will be around, so catch me, and don't run from me if I try to catch you. Yep. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I know there are a few more questions, but I think that this tees it up perfectly for our networking lunch that we have following this, as well as our breakout sessions with a representative from all of the bureaus. So can we all just give all of our panelists another round of applause for spending the morning with us? Yes, thank you all again so much. It's been great hearing from all of you.
Thank you so much, Kristen Gallimore, our Deputy Director of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. Thank you so much, Bureau leaders, for engaging with our communities in this real way. We can't thank you enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow friends, We're gonna go now to the main lobby where you saw the tables and the chairs, and there's food waiting for you and light refreshments. Please make your way there, and let's meet back here at 12:30 so that we can send you guys to the breakout session rooms. In these breakout session rooms, you will be able to ask these deep questions and follow up on everything you asked the panelists, but you will be able to meet with the folks that are literally on the ground doing the work in your states, and they'll be connecting you to people in your states as well. So just for reference, each one of the breakout sessions has a color. Look at the back of your name tag from left to right. The one on the left is the first one, the one on the right is the second one, and make sure that you attend both breakout sessions and benefit from these conversations. Each session is 1 hour, and so each participant is gonna have the opportunity to go to 2 sessions. Right? So there's only 1 rotation, 2 sessions. Make sure you take advantage of this time, and make sure you network with people across the agencies and the bureaus while you're having lunch. Thank you so much, and I'll see you at 12:30. Good afternoon, everybody. Woohoo! Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for attending this 2022 Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships Summit at the United States Department of Commerce. My name is Andres Chunqui Torres. I'm the Director of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships here at the Department of Commerce. It has been such an honor to share this day with you and our Bureau leaders. Can we give a big round of applause to our Bureau leaders? Thank you so much for navigating us through these incredible breakout sessions. Earlier today, I was telling you that when I see young African American, Latino, AAPI, young adults getting the information they need out of roundtables and learning how to patent and trademark their inventions, that I saw change. I also told you that when I saw our communities getting high-speed internet, I saw change. I also said that when I saw our small businesses from all faiths and walk of life being able to access training, technical assistance, and access to data and innovation, I saw change. But let me tell you something today, friends. When I see you and your mighty questions and this level of organizing and the power of your words and the sincerity of your words and the realness with which you've come today to be part of this summit, I also see change. And so today, I have the honor of introducing for closing remarks our very dear Undersecretary for Economic Affairs, Mr. Jet Cuoco. Undersecretary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for the conclusion of the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships' first National Summit. As the Secretary voiced this morning, we're very grateful that you've traveled from near and from far to join us today. And Andres mentioned, my name is Jed Cuoco. I serve as the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs here at the department. So what are economic affairs? In my role, I serve as Commerce's lead economic advisor. I advise the Secretary and others in the department about what's happening in the economy, what's happening to different communities. Are we in a recession? What is happening to inflation? What can we do to help communities that are struggling? What can we do to help rebuild sectors and groups that haven't seen advantages that others have? I also oversee the Census Bureau and the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which means I'm a data nerd. I spend a lot of time with the statistics. I play with numbers. But as you all know, statistics can't provide all the answers. In my capacity at Commerce, I've been traveling the country to meet with communities across the country to hear the stories behind those numbers. If one thing is clear, it's that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to creating regional growth and prosperity. One of the reasons I'm excited to serve in this administration is because of our place-based approach to economic development. Place matters, and struggling places aren't all alike. Some lack basic infrastructure. Others desperately need housing. Some are so expensive that the middle class gets pushed out. Others haven't attracted good new jobs in years or even decades. I suspect many of you have come to similar conclusions during the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships regional roundtables. During this morning's panel with Bureau leaders, you heard about Commerce's critical investments in communities across the country. What's special about our grant programs, from NTIA's Broadband deployment to EDA's Build Back Better Regional Challenge, is that they are tailored to local concerns. The Commerce Department strives to meet communities where they are. And community leaders such as yourselves are critical in directing funds to those most in need. By prioritizing inclusivity and equity, we can build programs to make a lasting impact that is widely shared. You each play a pivotal role in building equity, creating good jobs, and spurring economic growth. So I'm grateful for your leadership. One of the highlights of being an economist is uncovering through data what's working and what's not. Though your communities face unique challenges, by coming together we can find best practices and perhaps even shared solutions. I hope you were inspired during this afternoon's roundtables to explore new solutions, or at least to see some of the challenges that you faced more clearly. Hopefully, being together today was a reminder that you're not alone in trying to overcome these challenges. So to wrap up, thank you for joining us and each other today, and thank you to Andres and the team for convening us. And to echo the Secretary and Deputy Secretary, we at the Department of Commerce and the Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships are eager to help. I hope you will use our resources and encourage your community members to do the same. Thank you again, and to wrap up, I give you back to Andres.
All right, friends, we're reaching the end of our summit, and now we have prepared a phenomenal social hour for us to be able to exchange information, our business cards, and follow up on all the questions that you had during the breakout sessions that we could not cover due to the time-sensitive situation. I want to thank and give special mentions to special groups of people in this department that made this summit possible. You guys know that you can't do anything without your team. Right? And so let's give a big round of applause to our interns, our Deputy Director, Ms. Kristen Gallimore. Our national and state partners that made this initiative possible, sitting here in the reserved seats in the front. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of our hearts. A big round of applause to those who are joining us from far, who took flights, who took trains, who drove here. Big round of applause, because that's the level of commitment that you guys have. I want to give a special mention to my dear friends, Ms. Liz Fairchild, Ms. Carrie Gay, and Ms. Rachel Packard, and their interns from the Business Forward team for being incredible national partners, facilitating today our refreshments and our lunch. It doesn't go unnoticed that you guys lean in for our communities in ways that go beyond just words. A very belated thank you to the Business Forward team. And so I want to close today by saying that now I'm looking forward to those one-on-ones with each one of you. The volume of emails is going to be high, but I hope to be able to accomplish this within the next 60 days, where your teams and I meet about what's the next step for your organization. Are we going to be partners? Are you going to be our quarterbacks in your respective states? Are you going to help us connect to other movers and shakers to keep spreading the word and amplify all the resources that the Department of Commerce has to offer? Let's get it done. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for attending this summit. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.